Hi, today we will see an AI agent designing, developing and deploying a web application starting from a textual description of the app. The application we create is a library management system, and we will use as a development platform AppifyText.ai. Version 2 of this AI agent was released just 1 hour ago with many improvements, and I'm happy to show you how this new version works. Let me give you some background. AppifyText is a free AI agent which uses artificial intelligence and the no-code, low-code platform DaDaBIK to design, develop, and deploy web applications for you. So we'll provide simple instructions in plain English to this AI agent, which will then use another tool to build your app. Don't worry, all you need to do is input your prompt in English, and what you will get is not code. What you get as output after about 30 seconds is instead a working application that you can run with a click, hosted on a server and ready to be used. Unlike pre-packaged solutions, this library app we are going to build is built specifically around your needs, so tailored to the exact prompt you gave. It's your custom app, basically. And this is the preview of the application we will build. It's a responsive, multi-user, multi-language web application. We can manage members, librarians, and obviously books and loans. We also have a public section where unauthenticated users can browse our books catalog. And not only is the app ready to use, but it's also easy to modify using typical no-code tools. For example, here I'm reordering the menu. Here I'm changing the label for field. Here I'm adding a new field. And here I'm changing permissions according to the user roles. My name is Eugenio Tacchini. I'm a computer scientist and I teach databases and data science in college. Beyond academia, I'm an entrepreneur with over 20 years of experience in developing no-code, low-code platforms. Since early 2023, I've been deeply focused on the intersection of AI and classic no-code technologies. And AppifyText.ai is the outcome of my work. So this is episode number 4 of the series AI Agent Builds Apps. Each time we build a different application, basically. So let's start. First, visit AppifyText.ai. We need to register to the service. It's free registration and only requires email and password. No credit card needed for the registration. So please, if you want to follow this tutorial and build your own application, please follow me and proceed with the registration as I'm doing. Okay. Okay, email and password. And I register now. Let's wait a few seconds. Okay, registration done. Now we can log in into the system. Okay, and this is the home page of the application. Very simple. You have a form where you can describe your app, name and description. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the application we want to build before adding the description. we need an app to manage a library. So our books catalog, our members, we need to keep track of the books the members borrow. We need different user roles, maybe librarians, members, maybe managers, we will see, having different profiles and different permissions on the application. And we also need a public face view to show our books catalog to unauthenticated users. So let's start and let's describe the app to AppifyText. The name I decided to use is BookNest for our application, and then let's describe it. Okay, let's give some context first. Maybe I can just say I want to create an application to manage a library. Okay, now we'll give some more context about the entities we want to, what we want to represent in this application. Basically books, members, librarians, and loans. Okay, so this would be already enough. You can even start to create the app just with this simple description, but we want to give more details. The more you give in your prompt, the better will be the application. It will be more tailored to your needs. So I would add something more about the books, what we want to store, to represent for each book. In particular, I want to make clear the fact that we want to represent the number of copies available for each book, and a cover also. Okay, so in addition to standard metadata, so I assume AppifyText will decide to represent this book with the title, author, standard metadata. Maybe the cover is also part of the standard metadata, but just to be sure, I want to add this. Let's talk about the user roles now. We said that at least we want to have members and librarians. Both they need to access our application. So okay, then we also want to have a dashboard containing some useful statistics for our library. At least I want to see the monthly trend of loans described using a line chart. So let's add it. All right. Finally, we said we also want a public view for the books. And here we can specify how to show those books to public users. So let me add something about that. Okay, so a card-like format having book cover on the left and the information about the book on the right. This is just for the public view. We can add some information also about the user interface, in particular about the colors that we we want. So I will add something about that. I want an application using a palette mainly on red and gray. All right, that's it. We can now click on create to start creating the app. All right, let me remind you that this, so the library app, is just an example, but you can create many different applications with AppifyText. AppifyText is very good with internal tools, business apps, backend apps, CRUDs, dashboards, but even personal apps if they are data focused. For example, I don't know, you can manage your collection of vinyls, or you can create an app for tracking your personal expenses. Okay. All right. So while I was talking, agent designed our app, installed our app on a server, and now the app is created and deployed. So if I click here, I can already use a first version, a draft version of the app. Let me resize. Okay, let's click here, and here is the app. As promised, we don't get code as output, we get the actual app already deployed. It's there, installed, deployed, we can just use it. Okay, so let's see our dashboard. We have a dashboard with the monthly loan trend. We have the loans per book, the total number of books available, and the total number of members available. Here on the left menu you see the main pages of the app with books, obviously, and as you can see we already have some examples of books. Each book, if I enter each book, I see the loans related to that particular book. So even relationships between the entities are already set up. We have members, and we have a page with all the loans. The app comes with the classic CRUD features, so we can create, read, edit, and delete data. You also have a spreadsheet like edit. So for example, from this grid I can just double click here to change the data without entering the edit form. And we also have built-in additional features. We have chart generation, we have pivot table generation, import and export. We will see some of them later. It's a responsive app. You have 23 languages available, and let's also see our user groups. As you can see, we have admins, we have members, we have librarians, and we have the public user, basically user role. And let me see if actually we can also see the already the public view of our books catalog, because when you create a new app with AppifyText, by default you are logged in automatically with the root user. The root user is a user belonging to the admin group. However, you can log out. Let's log out, and if you log out, you will see the public face of the application. So in the public face of the application, well, this is the first draft. We will improve it. You see that we can only see books, okay, only books, and we don't see the classic grid to show the book's data, but the cards we described through our prompt with the cover on the left and the information on the right. Well, this is not the correct cover, but obviously you can change this. This is just a test picture, okay? But let's go back to our login form, and all the users created by default have the password Appify. Obviously, it's a very good thing to do, changing your password as long as you start using the application. I can change my password. In this case, my root password from here, your account, and here I can change the password. But there are other users, as you can see, and at the moment they have all the password Appify. Okay. All right. Last thing I want to tell you is that once the app is created, you will find the app here. Let me reload AppifyText.ai, and now, as you can see, I have BookNest in my app library. So anytime tomorrow I will log in again and the app will still be there. I can start the app, delete the app, or send feedback. All right. So let me explain how this tutorial works. We'll start by using the app exactly as it is, and we'll go through typical workflows. For example, we'll add a book, we'll add a loan, so the typical operation for this use case. As we work, I'll keep a document open, this one, to take notes of any improvements or ideas that come up. Then we'll do two different things. First one, we implement some of those improvements together, so you can see how to customize and extend the app based on your real needs. And two, we'll see how to export the app. So I'll show you how to run it on your own hosting, server, or local computer. And you also learn how to connect it to your own domain, and also to how to add custom PHP or JavaScript code in case you need it. Okay, let's start with the first workflow. Let's say we are a librarian and we want to register a new loan. We can do it from loans here, but we can also do it directly from the books page. Okay, so for example, we can enter this book and create a new loan. So the book is already set up. We select the member. For example, let's say she's Alice. So this is the first thing that we should improve. So let me write something here. Well, first of all, I don't like ID here as label. This is, technically we represent the ID of the member, the ID of the librarian, but this is, too technical. I don't care. I just want member here. So labels, remove ID. First thing. Then this list is okay if you have just a few members. Otherwise, if you have hundreds or thousands of members, it's difficult to find a member. So we need for our loans members search as you type. So we want search as you type control, where you can type the ID or the name or the last name of the member, and you filter among members. And also we want to show not just the first name but also the last name. Search as you type, add additional info. Okay. Same for librarian, I would say. Okay. Same for, and for librarians we can also or add info automatically. So if I'm logged in as a librarian, maybe this should be filled automatically. Okay, then loan date, and let's say it's today, and return date is empty because it will be set up when Alice will return the book, obviously. These are other things we can improve. I would say loan date, automatic loan date. So when I create a new loan, I would say the loan date is today. So we can do that. And I don't see a due date. Let's add due date. That's important, I guess, for library management. So we will add the due date to the loans and save. Okay, so this is our loan. What about adding a book? Create new, title. So title, let's say that we add the Divine Comedy, Dante Alighieri, publisher, I don't know, I just write a random publisher, and let's say that this particular edition has been published, I don't know, let's say 1 month ago. Okay, we also have a cover. Let's click here to select a file. Okay, and all right, copies available, let's say 5, and save. All right, and this is our new book. So how about books? Is there something we should improve? Yes, definitely. First, I don't see books, add fields, genre. So we want a list, we want to add the genre for each book, and we want to pick from a predefined list of option. I don't see the shelf location. That's very, very important. What else? Maybe we can represent both physical books and ebooks. So book format, physical ebook. Okay. And for ebooks, maybe we need a link to the file. So link for ebook. What else? Let me see something about the copies available. So we created a new book with 5 copies available. Let's add a random loan here. Okay, so we have a loan now for the Divine Comedy, and we should manually change the copies available to 4. Okay, but this is not very, user-friendly. Maybe we want to have the number of copies available automatically computed by the system. So we can do that. Automatic copies available. All right, and then what else? Maybe we want to see, let's go back to loans. We said that we need an additional field, due date. And maybe for librarians, it is important to see which which loans at the moment are overdue. Okay, so a different page with just overdue loans. Overdue loans view. We call this view. We said that we want to improve the public view. There are many things we can do on the public view. And what about the layout? I like the colors that have been used, but we need to change the logo. Okay, so this is just a standard let's say logo placeholder that AppifyText uses every time you create a new application. Change the logo. All right. There are definitely other improvements we can do, but I would say we can start implementing some of this, and then we will see what we can do later. All right? When you need to edit, to modify an app created by AppifyText.ai, you can use this button, Edit this app. I will open this in a new tab, and you will see a completely different section of the application. So this is the application your final user will see. This is the dev area. So from here you can basically, as a developer, modify, customize the application. There are a lot of things you can do here, so we will see just some of them, and I will start with an overview. So here there are several tabs. On the data tabs, basically you manage the tables representing your data. So here we have the books table, the librarians table, the loans table. So here, for example, you can add a new field if you need it. Then we have pages. From pages, you manage the pages you have in your app. So these ones, books, librarians, loans, members. You have pages based on tables. You have custom pages. We will see these different types. Then you have menu. From menu you can basically see a preview of the menu according to the user role is viewing the application, because this will change also the pages the user will see, and you can also just change here the order of your pages. Then you have layout. Layout, as the word says, allows you to change the layout of the application, so the logo, the font, the theme. You can do many things like adding custom CSS, designing your own HTML templates to show in a custom way your data. You have other things that we partially see later. And then these are the two main tabs we'll use: form configurator and permissions. In form configurator, you basically customize, edit each form you have in your application. So for example, loans, here we said that we don't want the ID in the label, where in loans we can just change, for example, the label for each field. So I click on book ID and I say that the label is not book ID, it's just book. Okay, and save. And the same for member. Okay, and save, and so on and so forth. So well, the label is just one of the things you can change from the form configurator. There are many other things, the kind of field type you want to use. We will see. Again, as you can see, we have many parameters here. And permissions, from here you decide what each user group, each user role can do on each table, field, custom page. You have plenty of options also here, very granular. So maybe you can decide that a particular user group, like the members, cannot change the due date, for example. This makes sense. Okay, there are other section, other tabs like automations and app status, but we won't see them in this tutorial. I will maybe just mention them later when I'll explain how to export your application outside AppifyText. All right, so let's go through the list of improvements. So labels, remove ID, and we did it already. So if I reload this page, for example, as you can see, we don't have the ID anymore. So this is done. Then loans, members, search as you type. So in loans for member, I want a search as you type control here instead of a standard list box. So we still need the form configurator. So let me add some more details. Loans, and members. We click on members, or we choose the field from here. So let me tell you a few parameters you can set for each field of a form. So the label, we already discussed that. The label of the grid, if it's different, so here you may need a different label in this results grid. Otherwise, you leave it empty and you will get the same label. The position in the form, the most important parameters are these ones, I would say. Field type and content type. So with field type, you choose the HTML element you will use to represent the field. So, and here you have many different elements. Okay, so this is called select single, and is an HTML select element where you can pick up just a single option. Okay, that's called select single. But if I change, we are on member. If I change this to text, for example, as you can see, member becomes just a normal text box or text area, and I got a different control. Okay, let's go back to select single though. This is a select single lookup field. What does it mean? It means that we take the options from another table, from the table members. Okay, all right. I was saying that also content type is very useful, but it is particularly useful for text area, because you can choose what kind of content is allowed in the text box, in the text area. For example, you may say that a particular field must accept only emails or only phone numbers, something like that. And this also affects the way the data is displayed. Okay, but let's focus on our select single lookup field, and we said that we want to add something more to the display data, not only Alice, but also not only the first name, but also the last name. Sorry, but also the last name, and we'll do this here. So we take the data from members, and as linked field, we show the ID. Linked field are the fields. Link fields are the fields we want to show to the final user. ID, first name, and we also add last name. Okay, so now we have Alice Johnson, Bob Smith, and so on and so forth. Also, we set this option, search as you type, to yes. And save. Let's try what happens now. Okay, now member is not a classic list box anymore. It's a search as you type field. So if I write something like Alice, I get all the members having Alice in their ID plus first name plus last name. So I can choose it like this. Okay. Okay, all right. So this is done as well. We can do the same for librarians, but that's exactly the same thing. So I won't do it, or add info automatically. This is something we maybe can do later. Then automatic loan date. All right, automatic loan date. So loan date at the moment is a date field type. That's fine if you want to manually pick up a date. If you want the date to be automatically set up, you can, when you create a new record, you can use this particular field type called insert date time. With insert date time, the field is still there, in the database, but it's hidden in the form because it's automatically created. The date is automatically created by the system. So let's see what happens. Let's create a new loan. Let's pick a random book. Let's take Alice again. We don't have the date anymore, just the return date. Librarian John, and save. Okay, as you can see, today is today the date I'm registering, recording this video is June 19, and as you can see, the date has been added automatically. All right, so this is done as well. Then we also want to add the due date. Okay, so now we need to move to the data tab. In the data tab, we can manage, as we said, all the tables. So in loans, I can just add due date, and as a field type, that's a date. All right, and save. Let's see what happens here. All right, now we have a due date as well. Okay, that's very important. Due date, this is done, but let's add another due date must be automatic. What does it mean? Well, let's say that we have a rule, a general rule, like the due date must be, I don't know, 30 days after the current day. So it would be better if the system can compute this date automatically. Okay, we can do that later. Let's add some fields to the books table. Okay, so let's go to books here. Okay, we need 4 fields here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. With genre, it's a short text field, and then shelf location, also short text, and then format. This for setting a physical versus ebook, and then ebook URL. All right, and that's it. Save. Now, if we look at our books table, now we already have all the new fields, but we want to customize them, because, for example, genre shouldn't be a free text box, but we want a list box. So to do that, we go to the form configurator, books, and then let's start with genre. Field type is not text, should be select single. Select single is a field type we already discussed before for members, but in that case it was lookup select single, meaning the list of options was retrieved from the members table. In this case, instead, well, this is an option you have, we can also set here, specify here the list of the options we have. Okay, so for example here we can say novel, non-fiction, and poetry. Okay, just 3 genres, just to test our field. And here we go. Okay, then shelf location is fine, is fine text. Maybe we can reduce the width, so maybe we can add here 5 to make it smaller. And then format. So here probably the best option is to use a radio button, because you want to choose between physical and ebook. So just 2 options. Radio button is better, so it's still a select single, but select single radio. And here we add the 2 options. So physical, enter, ebook, enter, and save. Okay, physical, ebook, and finally ebook URL. Ebook URL. Okay, I want to change the label to use capital letter here. All right, ebook URL. Okay, I want to do 2 additional things. First, the content type is alphanumeric, so basically we accept anything, letters, numbers, special characters, but since it should be an URL, we can choose URL, meaning that we only accept valid URLs, and also the URL will be linked in the application. I will show you later the result of setting the content type here. But I want to do an additional thing. I want to show the ebook URL only if you choose ebook here. This is called conditional field. So I can add here my rule, show the field only if format is equal to physical. Okay, let's see. Okay, so genre, shelf location, format. If I click on physical, no, sorry, I said the wrong option. Obviously, it should be format equal to ebook. Okay. So if I click on physical, no URL. If I click on ebook, I got the field. And since it's an URL, if I add some random text here, for example, I get an error because it's not a valid URL. All right. Okay, so this is done as well. All right, I'm realizing here that I didn't take note about users. So the by default, well, not by default, according to our prompt, some user groups have been created, members, librarians, public, but we need to set up the permissions because we want to give different permissions to different groups. So I will show you how to do it. And also I want to closer look to dashboard. Okay, we have a dashboard here, but I want to discuss the dashboard we do a little bit and maybe change something if needed. So next step will be, I would say, this one. So I want to add the necessary settings to make the number of copies available automatic according to the loans, and also I want to change the logo. These are the next steps. Before continuing, if you are enjoying this video, obviously you can like it. A like doesn't hurt, but if you want to see other similar videos, subscribe the channel and hit the notification bell. In fact, this is episode number 4 of this series. We already developed a car rental system, a school management system, and a restaurant management system in the previous episodes. And if you have any ideas about apps you would like to see here, so developed here, please add a comment here and tell me your proposals. Okay, so let's move on, and first of all let's change the logo. Okay, let's work on the logo. To change the logo, we click on layout in the dev area and then basic settings, and we can upload a custom logo. So this is a very simple logo I created. Let's reload here. Here we go. I'm sure you can do better, but just to show you how to customize the logo. From this page you can do many other things. You can change the title, the font. You have several themes, or like in this case we have a custom themes, and the AppifyText decided a different color for each class of buttons, text, and so on and so forth, according to our prompt. But there are also pre-built themes if you want, and you have many other settings. Let me briefly show you other tabs here in the layout section. With custom CSS, you can add, if you know CSS, you can add your own CSS styles, that will override the styles of the application. Let me give you a very simple example. So I don't know, let's say that well, almost every element in the user interface has an ID or a class, so you can deeply customize with CSS each element. Let me give you an example. So let's select this button. The ID of this button is create new BTN. Okay, good. So we can add the button here, create new BTN, and add our style here. Okay, so for example, if we don't like this color, we can background color green, for example, and save. Here we go. We have changed the color of the button. Okay, all right. Data grid templates. From here you can provide a different layout for the results grid. So if you don't fill this part, if you don't have a custom template, then a custom grid, a standard grid is used here to show the data. But if you want to display the data in a particular shape using a particular layout, you can do that. You can use your own custom HTML template. And by the way, this feature has been used by AppifyText to create the public view of the book's catalog. In fact, here we will discuss this later, but just to anticipate the topic a little bit, if I click on Books Public, as you can see, I don't see a grid. I see something different that depends on what we wrote in our prompt. Do you remember a card style layout with the cover on one side and on the left side, and the metadata on the right side? This has been done using automatically. I mean, we didn't do anything. In fact, here Books Public has a particular HTML template. Okay, we also have layout hooks, but this is something we cannot use from here, so maybe we will discuss this later. Okay, so change the logo. This is done. Automatic copies available. Okay, this requires a little bit of work. We can do this in a few different ways. I'll propose you one option you have. I think that first of all, we need to have an additional field. So we need to separate the total copies available for a book and the number of copies currently available, meaning that we may have for Divine Comedy, we may have 5 books in our library, so we own 5 copies, but at the moment only 3 are available. Okay, so we need to add an additional field. So let me see. Copies available, okay, and copies total, integer. Okay, copies available and copies total. Now, in order to compute the copies available automatically, we need to know which are the loans related to a particular book, right? But not all the loans, only the active ones. Which are the active ones? The one without a return date. Because if a loan has a return date, then it doesn't have any impact on the copies currently available. Okay, so how to do that? Well, we can create a so-called view. So we have the table loans. Okay, we create a view based on the table loans, but filtering the records, filtering the loans, and keeping just loans having return date null. Okay, so we need a little bit of SQL here, but just a very simple command. So we create a new view with name active loans, where the select statement, the SQL select statement we use to filter the record is the following. Let me write it, let me type it, and then I'll comment. Select okay, select asterisk means select all the columns from loans, but only the rows where return date is null. These are the active loans. Unique field name we need to specify, which is the unique field of loans. So the field that uniquely identify each loan, each record. By default, AppifyText add an ID auto increment field, so a field that gets integer values, like the first record is 1, then 2, 3, 4, and it's always called ID. So ID, okay, and create view. Good. So now we should have loans, and we also have active loans. Only the loans without return date. That should be a subset of the other ones. Correct. In fact, we have 8 loans and 6 active loans. So when we create a view that is exactly in terms of columns as as another table, is exactly based on the exact columns of another table, what we can do to be sure that in terms of form configurator, the settings are the same, because maybe we have changed something in form configurator for loans, we can copy the settings. So from table loans to table active loans. Okay? All right. Good. And the very last thing we have to do is the following one. So for each book, we want to see not only the loans, but also the active loans in the same page. Okay? You will understand why later. Well, one reason is that it's nice to have this information on the same page, but there's another reason as well that we will discuss later. So form configurator, books. All right, from books ID, here we see the so-called master details views or subform. What is that? Well, loans is in a master detail view with books, meaning that in the same page we see some records of in the page related to a book we see the loans related to that book. So basically we have data about 2 tables in the same page, and the second table, the records of the second table are filtered according to the book we are showing here. We want to do exactly the same thing, but adding an additional items table that is active loans. Okay, active loans, and here items table foreign key field name, we have book ID. What does it mean? It means that for each loan, let me save first. I can show you from here to understand better what that foreign key element means. You don't need to take it literally if you are if you know how relational databases work. That foreign key term must be interpreted like which is the field in the table loans that we should use to link the table books. So basically, for each loan, which is the field that tells us the related book and its book ID. Okay, so if we reload this page, we see both loans and active loans. In this case, they are exactly the same because all the loans are also active loans, but they could be different. Okay, now that we have all this information here, we can work on copies available in order to compute it automatically. How? We can use formula fields. Let me tell you how this works. Form configurator, books, copies available. All right. Well, first let me add the total number of copies. So the number of copies we own. Let's say it's 10, right? Okay, I understand what happened here. We stayed too much on the page without doing anything. All right, let's open this book. Okay, so copies 10. All right, we have 10 copies total. How many active loans? 1. So here the copies available should be 9 and should be automatically calculated. So how can we do that? Copies available formula field. Here we can use, we can define our formula to compute the value, automatically the value of this field. How? Well, we have some commands we can use. Obviously, in the documentation, you have all the details. Let me just give you a short introduction. When you need to take the value of another field in this form or in a table that is linked to this form, you can do it using curly brackets. So for this particular formula, we have to take copies total, so curly brackets, and then copies total minus, and here we need to subtract from copies total the number of active loans related to the current book, right? So we can do something like, count active loans dot id. Let me explain here what is happening. So again, when we use curly brackets, it means take the value for a particular field. So here we are saying take the values of copies total, that in our case is 10, and subtract from this count, meaning count the number of records. We are counting actually the number of IDs in the table active loans, which in this case is equal to the number of records. But the point is how the system can take only the active loans related to the current book and not all the active loans. The reason is that when we use these aggregate functions like count, but there are others, if we have a table in master detail relationship and we use the detail table like active loans, the system automatically filter the records according to that, so using just the records related to the current book. So this simple formula is enough to compute automatically the number of copies available. Let me try. All right, and let me reload this. Here we go, 9. So as you can see now, copies available is disabled. I cannot change this value because it's a formula field and it has been automatically computed according to our formula. Let me add something that is not obvious. This is this value is something that will be stored in the database only after clicking save. Okay, this means that for all the old records, all the old records are not automatically updated. Well, these were just examples, but if you want to update each value here, you should enter the record. Well, obviously we don't have the total number of copies, so it would be difficult. And as you can see now, we have the copies available. You change this, and this automatically changes. Okay, but again, then you have to save. Otherwise, that is not stored in the database. And another important point is that this only works if you work on loans directly from here, from the master detail view, and not from the general loans page. What does it mean? It means that from here, if well, now I have 5 copies available, right? But let's create a new loan. Member Alice, librarian, return date null. Okay, so this is an active loan. Save. And here we go. Now the copies available is 4. Again, I have to save though. Okay. Okay, so automatic copies available is done. I forgot to say something about the layout. It's a very little thing, but we can take a few seconds to discuss it. Each page here can have an icon. As you can see, we have an icon for home, for dashboard. This is automatic, but we can choose a different icon for each page. So for example, let's use a nice book icon for books. We are in pages based on tables icon. Here we we can take icons from the box icons library. Okay, so icons, and we only use free icons. Let's search for book, for example, book open. This is good. We just write here book open, and that's it. Okay, here we have our icon, and you can do the same for the other pages. What else? Closer look to dashboard. Okay, so in our dashboard we have monthly loan trend, loans per book, total books, total members. So what I want to tell you here is that these charts are, let's say, live charts. What does it mean? I mean, they are not static. They are not static pictures. The charts and these numbers are recomputed every time you reload the page. Okay, so for example, obviously, if I add a new book here, okay, just a few data. Now we have 7 total books. All right. Here you can see the SQL statement that AI used to compute the data for these charts. You can have a look. One thing I see here is little mistake, I would say. I see that the loans per book are grouped by title, the title of the book, meaning that if 2 books have the same title, they will result in the same bin here, which is maybe not exactly what you want. We can fix it. Let me know if you want. I'll give you some information about how to change this. Anyway, this page can be changed. You can create your own dashboard, but using no-code tools or using SQL if you need more advanced reports. When I say no-code, I mean something like this. So, for example, I can go to Books, Generate Chart, and I don't know, I can create a pie chart by genre. But none of my books have the genre, so this at the moment wouldn't work. What we can do? We can do a bar chart. Well, let me add the genre so you can see. You can see. Well, we can add the genre just for a few book, novel, and then previews. This is also novel. Save, and then let's say that this is non-fiction, even if it's not true, but just to see how the chart works. So I want a pie chart aggregating data by genre and show the percentage. Okay, novel, non-fiction, and nothing. All right, so and this we cannot do this right now, but once you export the application, you can easily take this chart and embed it into a dashboard. It's just, copy and paste, nothing difficult. One thing we can do is to remove this part. This is a page that is completely editable. So from here, pages, custom pages. So this is not a page based on a table, it's a custom page. Okay, we have two custom pages, home and dashboard. For dashboard, we show the HTML content. As you can see here, you can, it's basically, you can edit like this. And for example, you can remove these instructions and save. Reload. Okay, all right. Okay, so it's time to talk about users management now. So we said that because of the instructions we gave, AppifyText created, apart from the admin group that is created by default, also 3 additional groups: members, librarians, and public. Okay, and for each group you can see in the users page some users. So for example, we have Alice, Bob, Carol. They are all they all belong to the members group. So we can try to log in as one of these users just to see what happens. Let me just tell you something about root. Root belongs to the admin group, and by default the admin group, when you create the application, can do everything on your data, and also can edit the application. So when I click on edit this app, this only works because I'm root. I'm logged in as root. And also the admin users can manage other users and groups. Okay, let's try to log in as Alice Johnson, and the username is alice.j. Okay, so log out and log in as alice.j, password Appify. We said that for all the users, by default, the password is Appify. Of course, you can change it. All right, so we see basically the same application, right? However, we don't see the list of users and groups here. We cannot work on that. And if I click on edit this app, this won't work. However, this is not what we want, because, for example, we don't want to for the members, like for Alice in this case, to be able to delete a book or modify a book, right? So we need to change the permissions for this user group. How can we do that? Well, we have to log in again as root, because this is the account that allows us to edit the application and also the permissions, because from here, dev area permissions, we can set, obviously, the permissions. So let's say, for example, that for the books table, members, so people who borrow books, can see the list of books, but they cannot edit them. They cannot delete them. Okay, so we choose books from here. So table books, group members, and here we have all the permission settings. First of all, table level permissions. So on this table, which permissions we want to assign to members? Read is fine, delete no, edit no, create no, Details, yes. So details, we want members to be able to enter the details page. And export to CSV, I would say no. Okay, and save. These are table level permissions. Then we have field level permissions. So we can work on a more granular way. And for example, I mean, even if we set read yes, maybe we don't want to show, I don't know, the copies total. Okay, in that case, copies total, results, this is the results page, we uncheck it. Okay, and save. And we can do the same for all the other fields. We have, as you can see, for all the operations, edit, create, details, quick search, advanced search, CSV, we can control each single field individually. Okay, what else? Well, of course, we should do the same for the other tables, because we don't even want the members to see librarians at all. So maybe we can select librarians, members, no for all. Okay, and save. And we can continue, and we can configure our permissions the way we want. Also for custom pages, for example, let's say we want to remove the dashboard page for members. So dashboard, members, view, no. Okay. Okay, let's see if this actually worked. So log out and log in as alice.j Appify. Here we go. So dashboard page is not here anymore. Librarians page is not here anymore. Books table is read only. Okay. You can continue your customization as you want, basically. Okay, so well, this was done, and also this one. Let me. Okay, I want to add here, well, some of the improvements are still there, but we will see if we can manage them later. But now let me add some additional advanced improvements. First of all, so I showed you how to set the permissions, but well, of course, you can do more, and you can also add additional groups and users. Okay, so for example, let's say that instead of having just librarians, you want an additional user role. We can call it supervisor or manager, and only the supervisor can, for example, add and delete books, while the librarians can only work on loans. Okay, this could be an improvement, and well, I can just show how to add groups and users. Groups, create new, supervisors. Okay, let me. Okay, supervisors, and then here you add some users to the supervisors group. So we can call it, I don't know, Anna, and email anna@example.com, password, whatever. You can force password change, meaning that next time Anna will log in she needs to change the password, and you can enable two-factor authentication if you want. Okay, save. All right, now you have a new user belonging to the supervisors group, and from here, permissions, you have an additional group you can set the permission for. Okay, all right. Okay, I paused the video and I created a list of advanced improvements that we can work on. The first one is PDF loan receipt. We want to have a PDF for people who want, paper about the loan that we can generate when a new loan is created. Then about permissions, it's true that from here we can say that members can only read loans. They cannot delete, they cannot create, they cannot edit. We can change this. But we will see a more advanced customization. So each member can only see their loans, right? Because we don't want a member to see the loans belonging to another member, okay? All right, then I want to show you an example of custom formatting functions. So, for example, you can highlight in red here. You can highlight in red the due date if the due date is today. Okay, it's just an example to show you how custom formatting functions work. Then I want to show you a custom button, a returned custom button. I mean this kind of things. Let's say that you want to mark this loan as returned. You have to edit the loan and select here the return date and then save. Okay, I mean, it's not a big deal, but we can make it even faster. We can add a button here, a custom button here, returned button. Then when clicked, generate the return date, and in one click you set the loan as returned. Okay, what else? Email notification. So when a new loan is created, the system should automatically send an email notification to the member who is borrowing that book. Then I want to add some rules, some validation rules when you create a new loan. One of them could be if the member has already 5 active loans, then you cannot create an additional, you cannot add an additional loan. Okay. And finally, this is not an improvement because the feature is already there, but I want to show you how to import data from Excel or CSV. Okay, so now it's time to see how to export this application from AppifyText to import it in your hosting, your computer, wherever you want to host it. To do that, let's open this page, publish and deploy this app. So let me give you some context. At the moment, our application is hosted for free on AppifyText.ai. However, this is a temporary hosting with some limitation. Temporary because the app is available for 15 days, and with some limitations because some of the features are disabled. So for example, if I want to import from Excel here, it doesn't work. Okay. Also, you have a limit on the number of records you can manage, and other features are disabled as well. So if you want to continue using and editing your application after the first 15 days, if you want to remove, unlock all the limitations, and you want to host the application on your own laptop, on your own hosting, on the cloud, on Amazon, AWS, wherever you want, you can export it. In addition to that, you will also be able to link the app to your own domain, and last but not least, you can add your own PHP and JavaScript custom code. All right. So how to export this application? So basically, the application we have created is a DaDaBIK application. What is DaDaBIK? And what's the difference between AppifyText and DaDaBIK? Well, DaDaBIK is, let's say, the twin application of AppifyText. In fact, AppifyText is an AI agent that uses DaDaBIK to build applications. So basically, it's an AI layer on the top of DaDaBIK. In fact, DaDaBIK is a no-code, low-code platform that you can use it to build application, but you can also add on the top of it AppifyText to build the application using a prompt in plain English. Okay, so to export the application from here and import it somewhere, you need a DaDaBIK license, because basically you will install DaDaBIK wherever you want to host the application, and you will import in DaDaBIK this application. So how can you get a DaDaBIK license? There are basically two methods. The easiest one is from here. From here, you can start a monthly subscription of DaDaBIK. The first 30 days are free, and you can cancel during this your subscription during this free trial. If you decide to continue after the free trial, the fee is at the moment is $19 per month. Okay, this is the monthly subscription, and you can do it directly from here. The other option, if you prefer lifetime licenses, so you buy the license, you download DaDaBIK, and then you can use it forever without paying a monthly fee. You can visit DaDaBIK.com. DaDaBIK.com. You go to pricing, and you will see all the solutions. Okay. All right. So now, if you continue this way, so from here, start free trial is very simple. You can start a free trial from here. You add your information, email, name, credit card number, and so on and so forth. And after completing the form, you will receive via email a link to download DaDaBIK and your serial number. Okay, and again, first 30 days are free. So if you start now the monthly subscription, you won't be charged. It will be charged in 30 days if you decide to continue. But you will receive an email a few days before the first charge, so you are sure that you don't forget to cancel if you want to cancel. All right. So I won't go through this form because, again, you just fill the form and you will get an email with download link and serial number. Once you get DaDaBIK, you need to install it where you want to host your application. I won't go through the installation of DaDaBIK because I already showed that in another video, and I will link the video somewhere here, or in that video somewhere here, or in the description. But installing DaDaBIK is very simple. I don't know if you are familiar with installing WordPress or similar applications. Is basically very, very similar. So you have a configuration file that you have to fill with your connection, database connection parameters, and a few other information, including the serial number. You copy and paste all the files, all the DaDaBIK files where you want to install DaDaBIK, and then you launch an installation script. It's very, very easy. When you install DaDaBIK, you have several installation options. If you want to import an AppifyText application, you have to install DaDaBIK with the blank application option, meaning that you install DaDaBIK in a database, but that's a blank application, so a completely empty application. Why? Because we need to then import our application from here. So this is the result of my DaDaBIK installation. It's a blank application. I installed it on my hosting and on the domain dadalibrary.com. So on my hosting, you can use even a very cheap shared hosting. You can buy a domain, link the domain with your hosting, and install DaDaBIK there. I installed it on dada-library.com/version2. Why /version2? Because 2 years ago I already made another tutorial again for a library management system, but with an old version of AppifyText and DaDaBIK. Now I want to build a more complex application with the new version, but for a while I will keep the two versions. So the new application will be under version 2. Okay, so it's a blank application. In fact, there's nothing. There's an home page and two users that by default, and two groups that by default are created by DaDaBIK. Okay, so now in order to export our application and import the application on Dada Library, we need to do this. AppifyText.ai/myapps. One word, my apps. Okay? All right. Here we have the list of our applications. In our case, it's just one application, BookNest, and we can download the application. And we can then follow these instructions to import into DaDaBIK. Okay, so let's download it. All right, so now you can follow all these instructions. I will go fast through them. Basically, the file we have downloaded is contains the SQL instructions needed to recreate the application there. Okay, it's a compressed file, so we can unzip it. We should unzip it. However, here I'm using PHP MyAdmin, and I can let me tell you first what we need to do. Well, that's again an SQL file containing all the SQL instructions we need, and we must run that SQL script into the database where we have installed DaDaBIK. Okay, when you install DaDaBIK, even if it's a blank application, you link it to a database, and my database is Dada Library, again version 2. This is its name. We have some tables here, but they are all DaDaBIK internal tables. Okay, you can use phpMyAdmin. You can use any other MySQL admin tool, because AppifyText is MySQL based, and you need to install DaDaBIK on a MySQL database if you want to import an AppifyText application. So from here, I just click on import, and I select the file I downloaded. I could unzip it, but if I'm using phpMyAdmin, I can import also a zipped file. So I choose the file from here. Okay, this is the file, sql.gz, and import. Let's wait a few seconds. Good, done. So now, if we go back to our blank application, and if we reload the application, it won't be black anymore. Let me reload. Here we go. We have on dadalibrary.com version 2, we have the application we created on AppifyText. And we can continue working from here now. So we can edit the application, and here you have, all the pages we already used before. So form configurator, permissions, and so on and so forth. So starting from now, we will continue the developing of the application from DaDaLibrary.com. The only thing you lose when you import an application from AppifyText is the files you uploaded in the application. Like, for example, here we uploaded the Divine Comedy cover, but it's not here anymore. We can export, download the files from there and re-upload it here, but I mean, I'm not doing that, and I just wanted to let you know this little limitation. Okay, so let's take our list of improvements. So far we have we created and then customized the application using mostly no-code, a no-code approach. So first we created the first draft of the application using a prompt in plain English, and then we configure with some menu, some settings, the application basically without any coding. During the last part of this tutorial, I will show you some low coding, meaning that we will do some improvements using a little amount of coding. I mean, little respect to the amount of coding you would need using a classic development approach. Okay, I would start with this improvement. Due date must be automatic. Due date must be automatic. So at the moment when I create a loan, the due date is manual field, so you have to fill it manually, right? However, we want to have the field automatically computed by the system. And for example, we can say that the due date should be today's date plus 30 days, okay, by default. This is what you can do. In Form Configurator, we pick up the due date, okay, and default value is our friend here. With default value, with the default value setting, you can, well, literally set a default value for a field. For example, if I write 15 here, the default value will be 15, okay? You can have as a default value the result of a PHP custom function. That's another way to do that. Or, and that's the way I want to show you now, you can use SQL to determine, to return to the system your default value. If you want to do that, you need to start your default value with SQL, capital letters, column. Now, how can we return in SQL a date? For example, in SQL we have core date. Core date is a function that returns the current date. So in this case, June the 20th. Okay, so this is not what we want, but just to reach our goal step by step. So if I save this and I go back here and I reload my insert form here, I get exactly today's date. However, in MySQL, I can also add a certain number of days to another date. So here I can do something like date add core date, comma, interval 30 day. Okay, here we go. And we get July the 20th. Okay, save. Let's go back here. Here we go. Okay. So due date must be automatic, and this is done. What else? We need an overdue loans view. So we can create a view as we did before with active loans. We call it overdue loans, and we select asterisk from loans where due date is less than core date. Okay, so if the due date is before today's date and return date is null, meaning that the book still need to be returned, well, then the loan is overdue. Okay, let's create the view. Okay, overdue loans. No items found, probably because none of our loans at the moment has a due date, but let's try to force it. For example, okay, this one, due date, let's say the due date was April, and save. Overdue loans. Here we go. Okay, we have an additional view to see very quickly which are the overdue loans. Maybe we can move a little bit our items. Maybe we want dashboard here, then books, then loans, active loans, and overdue loans. Okay. All right. You can also group together things like in pages, parent loans. So we put loans, page based on table, and views, active loans and overdue loans under a folder called just loans. Okay, here we go. Under loans we have active loans, and overdue loans. Okay, so let's continue here. This is done. This is something we'll do later. I would work on this now. Custom formatting functions. So now it's time to introduce custom functions, meaning that you can write your own PHP and JavaScript code and inject it into your application to implement your custom logic. So you will write, plain PHP and JavaScript code, basically, but you will not change, edit the DaDaBIK's engine, core engine. Your code will be in separate files, completely separated from the DaDaBIK core code, meaning that when you upgrade DaDaBIK, your code will remain untouched. And there are many ways to inject your code into the application. We will see some of the methods. The first one, probably the easiest one to see, is through custom formatting functions. So sometimes you want to format in some way your values. We know that we have some already pre-built formatting rules for data. For example, let me show you an example. If a value has as content type, do you remember in form configurator? Let's see, members email. As content type, the field email has email. Surprise. So since this is one of the coded content type, built-in content type, DaDaBIK knows an email needs to be validated and needs to be formatted in a certain way. So with a mail to link, okay? But sometimes the built-in formatting methods are not enough. We want to do something more. In those cases, we can use our custom formatting functions. And the example I want to do is exactly this one. So in loans, I want to show in red the due date if the due date is today, okay? To catch the attention of the operator, let's say. So how can we do that? For custom formatting functions, there are a dedicated file in your DaDaBIK installation called custom formatting functions.php. You write your code there, okay? How? Well, as you want. I will use Visual Studio Code that is that I have on my local computer, and that is connected through SSH to my server. So I edit locally, but automatically the file is saved on my hosting. You can use SFTP. You can edit it directly online if you have a panel like Plesk or cPanel that allows you to edit the files directly there. You can create a Git repository, whatever you want, basically. They are standard PHP files. Again, in my case, I will use Visual Studio Code. So the custom formatting functions.php file at the moment is empty. We'll start adding our first function. I will call it function DaDaBIK format due date. Okay. All right. The function name must start with DaDaBIK underscore. This function receives in input a value that is the value of the data you want to format. Let me rephrase. The current value of the field you want to format. So just to be clear, if I add a custom formatting function to due date, before displaying a due date, that function is called, and that function must return the final value to display. Okay, so the custom formatting functions accept in input two parameters, but we'll start with just one, that is $value, and here with an if statement we say if value, so the date we have for that particular, for the current record is equal to date this in PHP is the current date in the format year dash month dash day. If this is the case, you have to return something. Otherwise, we return just value, meaning that we return the value exactly as it was when we receive it. Okay? Okay, here, well, we can do several things. One thing we can do is to add a span style color red. Okay, value. Okay, we just surround the value with a span tag having color red as style. Okay, if you're familiar with PHP, normally it's a good practice to display, to pass the value through the HTML special chars PHP function. This is not needed in this case, though, because the due date on the database is a date field type, so you cannot have any special characters. But anyway, it doesn't hurt, so I'll add it. So at the moment we have just created the function, but we still need to link the function to the field. Okay, so now on loans and then due date, we go on low code logic, and as custom formatting function we choose our function. Okay, and save. Let's reload. Okay, none of the due dates is today, so to test it, we can change this to June 20. Here we go. Okay, good. I see there is a minor problem here. Well, all the dates are formatted according to a configuration parameter that you can set in DaDaBIK. So as you can see, all the dates are month, day, year, because of the that configuration parameter. Instead, this one is formatted in another way because we skipped that formatting rules. So if you want to keep the due date at the with the same format, we can do that. And we can just add format date, but here and here. Format date is a function, a built-in function in DaDaBIK that format dates according to the configuration parameter I mentioned before. So let me see. Okay, good. Okay, this is done. Next step, max number of active loans. Okay, next step. We discussed custom formatting functions. Now I'll discuss custom validation function. It's the same logic. So if you want to have a specific custom logic to validate your data, you can do that. And an example could be this one. We want, when a loan is created, to check if the member we select here has already a certain number of active loans. And let's say that if a member has already at least 5 active loans, you cannot start a new loan. Okay, so custom validation functions, they have also a dedicated file. It's called custom validation functions.php. At the moment is empty, and let's start our function. So we call it function DaDaBIK loans, DaDaBIK validate loans member ID. Okay, validation functions receive an input as only parameter. Sorry, params. An associative array called we can call params, containing all the values you have in the form. Let me explain. So when I submit this form, if one of the fields has linked custom validation function, that function will receive the value of each of these fields. There are some details to know. I recommend for all these custom functions we will see to check the documentation to get all the details. I'll try to go fast on this tutorial and reach our goal as soon as possible. Okay, so params, again, it contains the values of all the fields. In our case, the value we need to check is params member ID. This is the field name, like the database field name of member. Okay, if you check here, data, loans, member ID. Okay, so we need to check if we have at least 5 active loans already for this member ID. How can we do that? Let me give you some additional context. So, custom validation functions must return true or false. True means, okay, the data is fine, the validation is okay. False obviously means no, we cannot proceed with the creation of a loan in this case. And we also need to provide, in that case, a custom error message. Okay, so return true or false. Now, how can we count records in a table? We can do it, manually in SQL. If you know PHP, you can do it. But let me show you something. But DaDaBIK also has some custom code API that makes your life easier. And in particular, for example, here we can use count records. Count records in one line of code. In one line of code, we can count the records in a table or in a view according to a specific condition. So we can count the records of the view active loans where member ID is equal to params member ID. Okay, so this will return the count. So we can say count equal to blah blah blah. And then with a simple if statement, if count is greater or equal to 5, then return false. In all the other cases, we return true. And that's it, guys. That's enough to validate our data. Let's see what happens. Well, obviously, first we need to, again, link loans, member ID. We need to link our custom validation function, this one, DaDaBIK validate loans member ID, and save. Okay, so let's check the active loans. Let's see if there are members with already some loans. Yes, Alice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Alice is a good candidate to test our validation. So book, whatever, member Alice, librarian, and save. It doesn't work. Why? Let me check. Okay, let me check if there is something wrong in the code. Count. Okay. There's a typo here. I wrote parmas instead of params. Okay, good. So let's try again. Book, member, librarian. Good. Okay, we got an error, but so we couldn't actually proceed with the creation, and we got an empty error message. Why? Because we didn't specify the error message. So to specify the error message, we need to open another custom file that is, in our case, since we are using English, the English custom .php file, and here we can add our English words and sentences to use in the application. We can also override existing sentences if we want, but in this case we will use it just to specify the error message for this validation. And to do that, we need to add a new key to the array normal messages are. And the key will be this one. Name of the function underscore not valid. This represents the error message of this validation function. And here you can write whatever you want. This member has too many active loans. Okay. Let's try again. Okay, this member has too many active loans. Just to try, let's try with another member, Bob Smith. Okay, with Bob Smith it works. All right. Okay, using exactly the same approach, you can add another very important validation function to check if the number of copies available is enough. Because you can create, you should be able to create a loan only if the related book has at least one copy available. Okay, I won't do that, but the logic is very, very similar. Let me add something here. Dashboard. Add additional charts and data to dashboard, something I forgot before. And I also want to show you later the beta versus live development mode. Okay, something I will tell you later. Okay, now each member can only see their loans. Let me check where we were about this feature. So members, let me try to okay, so I think we already set some permissions for members to disable some of the pages, but I don't remember exactly which ones. So let me go back to permissions. Permission members. Okay, so let's start with the home page. We want the members to see the home page. Yes. Okay. Dashboard. No. All right. Then active loans. I would say no. We just want the members to see loans. Okay. Active loans is more for librarians. Active loans. Books. Okay, it's already set up. So read permission, but not delete, not edit, and so on and so forth. Books public. Books public. We will talk about books public later. Librarians, no. Loans, yes, but only read. So no delete, no edit, no create, no CSV. Okay. Members, so the list of members, no for all. Overdue loans, no for all. Okay, good. Another thing we can do, this homepage was the homepage created by AppifyText, but it's not needed anymore. We can either delete this homepage or we can just change the content. Custom page, home, and well, can delete everything here, and for the moment I can just write welcome to BookNest. Okay, welcome to BookNest. Okay, so let me log in as Alice to see what Alice can view right now. Okay, alice.j. Okay, so we have the home page, the books in read-only mode, and loans. The problem we have is that Alice can also see loans by other members, and we don't want her to see that. So how can we work on that? Well, one solution is using the so-called row level custom filters. So we can add additional filters at row level, so filtering rows according to some custom logic. Row level custom filters. So once again, we have a dedicated file called the customfilterfunctions.php, and here we add the logic about our custom filters. Let's see in the manual some information. So basically, when you want to add a custom filter rule to a table, you add to that file I showed you before this line. So custom filter loans equal to DaDaBIK custom filter loans. Well, this is something a name that you can choose. It must start with DaDaBIK underscore as in all the other custom functions. Okay, here we are saying, okay, for the table loans, you need to filter the rows according to this function. And here we'll write the function. Okay, maybe to be faster, I'll copy from here. Okay, our function will be slightly different, but at least I have a template. So this function needs to return the filter to add to the SQL statement that DaDaBIK runs to get the data in the loans table. Okay, so well, just to understand the logic, let me try first with a very simple example. Okay, let's say that for some weird reason we want to filter all the loans having an ID less than 4. Okay, to filter out. So we return something like loans.id greater than 4. So the field ID in the table loans must be greater than 4. And forget this part for a moment. Okay, sorry, this was... Okay, so we see only loans greater, where the ID is greater than 4. Again, not very useful, but just to let you understand how this works. Okay, let's go back to our problem though. So first of all, we want to filter the records only for a certain group, right? The group of the members is the group having ID 2. I remember that. If you don't remember, you can log in again as root, and in the list of groups, you will see the ID of each group. So first of all, if the current ID group is equal to 2, we apply the filter only for the members group, do something. Otherwise, the filter we return is just, you know, a sort of fake filter, 1 equal 1, which is always true. Okay? So, meaning that we don't filter out anything. Current ID group is one of the variables that one of the global variables that you have that you find already set in DaDaBIK, and you can use it in your custom code. To use it, however, you have to declare the variable here as global. Okay, current ID group will contain the ID group of the currently logged in user. Okay, all right, so let's compose our filter. Basically, in our filter, we want that the member ID in the loans table must be equal to the member ID of the currently logged in user. Okay, so it will be something like member ID is equal to, let's say that here we have member ID equal to something. We need to understand how to grab the member ID, but this will be member ID. Okay. The use of escape, that is a DaDaBIK built-in function, is for security reasons in SQL. In our case, it shouldn't be useful if we get the member ID from the database, and since in the database the member ID should be a number because the field was an integer number, we shouldn't have problem, but it doesn't hurt, so we can leave it. Okay, so member ID should be equal to well, we can call it current member ID, but the problem now is how to get this current member ID, because we don't have this value already set. However, we have current user. Current user is the username of the currently logged in user. How can we get the member ID using the username? It's very easy. Why? Let me show you. I think we should go back to root now, otherwise I cannot show you. Members. Okay, each member, we have a table members. Okay, each member has also the username of the user as field to link the member to the corresponding application user. Okay, so actually we have in the members table the value we need. Now, how can we get it? Again, we can use a standard SQL query, or we can use the custom code API. In this case, we will use the getRecordDetails method. Let me show how it works. So member infos, get record details from members. What was the field was username user, and the value is current user. So let me explain. Get record details allows you to get from a table a single record, the values of the fields of a single record according, and how can you select the record? Giving the value of a unique field. So username user should be unique, otherwise this doesn't work. Okay, so member infos. So now here we have an associative array containing all the information about the member. So first name, last name, email, anything, including the member ID. Okay, so current member ID is member infos. ID, because ID is the field. You can see it better here, I guess. So when you get all the information about a member, the ID is in the field ID. So that's everything we need. Okay. Quote is to add quote to the fields. It's useful if your fields, field names contain particular values that need to be quoted. It's not the case for member ID, but again, it doesn't hurt, so we'll keep it. Let's see if it works. No, wait. Let me modify something. I want to do this only if the current ID group is equal to 2. Okay? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Okay. So now I'm logged in as a root. So since I'm not a member, the filter shouldn't impact on my view. Okay, so in fact I see everything. However, if I log in as Alice loans, okay, I only see my loans, so it works. All right. Okay, and this is done. There is something I forgot to do before. Let me check here. Okay, do you remember this My Apps screen that contains instructions about exporting and importing, exporting from AppifyText and importing in DaDaBIK. Well, as I said, you should follow the instructions, including this. So after executing the SQL file, you should also run this URL. Well, you have to replace mysite.com/dada with your website URL and installation path. And this, well, just copy this URL and run it, replacing with your own website and path. This is useful to sync the differences between the DaDaBIK version AppifyText is using and the DaDaBIK version you are using when you install it, because maybe they are different. Okay, you should do that, and also you should remove after running this, but the script will tell you you should remove all, for security reasons, all the installation and upgrade scripts. Okay, let's go back here and let's talk about the next feature you want, the next improvement. Maybe we can do this, return the custom button. Okay, so the idea is I'm looking here at the detail of a loan, and let's say that Bob Smith right now is returning the book. So what what I should do as a librarian is I should pick up here the current date today and then save. Okay, not a big deal, but maybe we can make it faster by adding a returned button here, a returned custom button. So in this case, I mean, I'm not saving that much using a button, just probably 1 click or 2 clicks, but well, I can it's a good situation where I can show you how to use custom buttons in DaDaBIK to customize your application. So basically, custom buttons are buttons that you can embed, insert in your application in various places. For example, in an edit form like this one, you can add a button here. You can add a button close to a field. You can add a button here on each row. So there are several positions, several places where you can do it. We will add it here, okay? And a custom button triggers the execution of some custom code, PHP or JavaScript, okay? So we will add a custom button here with label returned, and the custom button will basically add a return date equal to current date, and will save the loan. Okay, so let's look at the manual for custom buttons. It's every time you have you want to use a feature, it's I recommend to open the manual on the corresponding chapter, and well, we'll not read everything here because you can do it by yourself. I will just pick up some relevant thing for our goal. So for example, here there is an example of custom button that changes the status of an order. Okay, let's think about an orders management system and a button that changes a field called status of the order. It's not very far from our goal. In our case, we don't have orders, we have loans, but still we are changing the value of a field. So we could just copy this and paste it in the custom buttons.php file. I will comment then everything we do in a moment. Okay, so once again, we have a dedicated file, custom buttons.php, containing all the code, all the custom code related to custom buttons. So when you add a new custom button, you have to add some parameters to define, to set the button. In particular, we have this array called custom buttons, having as a key the table the custom button is referred to. In our case, it's loans, so we change orders with loans. Okay, all right. Then which are the parameters we need to set? Type of custom button. A custom button can be PHP standard, PHP Ajax, or JavaScript. Okay, so you see all the parameters with the values here. Not all the parameters are required, so you can also skip some of them. PHP standard means that basically we are executing some PHP code by loading a page on the current browser window. Okay, we'll keep this approach. Then callback function. This is the name of the function containing the code we want to execute, and we can call it DaDaBIK returns book. Okay, again, it must start with DaDaBIK underscore. Then permission needed. Permission needed. With permission needed, we set the permissions needed to see and click and execute the code related to that particular button. Custom function means we want to describe our permission rules in a function. We don't need that for our use case. In our use case, I would say we can just write edit, meaning that if the current user has edit permission on loans, then they can also run this button. Okay, so permission custom function is not needed. Show in edit form. We can show the button in various places, as I said, and position top. Okay, label type fixed and label returned. What is fixed? Fixed means that the label is always this one, but you can also have labels changing according to the language set, but we don't do that. I show you the fixed case. Do we need a confirmation message? No, let's say we don't need it. Do we need particular CSS style? No. Okay. All right. Now let's write this function, DaDaBIK returns book. We can again take this as example, even if it's probably more than we need. Okay, this is way too much because now we can do this in one line of code. I will comment this and this later. Let me talk about the core of the function. The core of the function will be, we need to change the value of return a date and save the record. Okay. All right. So there is once again a method, an API method to do that. It's called update records, and this is an example of update records. Okay, with update records, we can update records of a table, giving values for one or more field. So here we want to update the table loans. Which record or which records? In our case, it's one record, the one having ID, because it's the primary key of loans, ID equal to what? Instead of writing 10, we need here the value of the current record. But how can we get it? Very simple. When you create a button like this one, like the one we created, the button gets in input as parameters table name, where field, where value. Meaning, well, table name obviously is the name of the table. Where field is the name of the unique field, the one that identifies each record of the table, and where value is the value for that field for the current record. Okay, so ID where value. So we are saying for the table loans, take the record having ID equal to where value, and change. We need to change just one field. In this example, we changed 2 fields, and we want to change return date to basically today. Okay. Okay, so we change the return, we update the record, we change return date to, this is in PHP the current date in the format year, month, and day. After doing this, since we are using the PHP standard type, we are loading a new page, and we need to go back to the original edit form. So we need to load the edit form for that record. Okay, this is an approach to do it, but it's an old approach because now with custom code API, we also have a method to load a page like this one. Okay. Load table page. We want to load the loans table page, which form, page type, edit. So we want to open the edit form. We need to set a value, an ID value, and the ID value once again is where value, and we can optionally add a message text, message type. Okay, so what can we write? Something like return date updated. Okay, and message type can be success, warning, or error, and that will be success. Okay. Okay, all right. So this is actually the this is actually a key of an array we use in our English custom file, so we can, you know, we can have different messages according to the language selected. So let's call it return date updated, and here we may need okay, the txt key. Okay, so here we need a txt key, return date updated, and here okay, all right. Custom buttons. If we use this method, we don't need exit here. All right, so there's only one thing that it's maybe important to discuss. In the example, there is also this check at the beginning of the function. What is that? So even without this, the function will work. Okay. However, and by the way, we don't need con anymore. We don't need DaDaBIK main file, and we don't need quote either. So global, we can delete the global line here. So let me explain some context. When you enter a record in edit mode, okay, I need to enable this. Well, that's something different. Let me so basically, to use custom buttons, we need to enable them in our config custom file, our configuration file. Okay. All right. So when you open in edit mode a record, DaDaBIK locks the record. What does it mean? It means that if someone tries to update right now, so someone else tries to open exactly the same record and try to update it, it will get an error, because to avoid problems, if I'm looking in edit mode to a record, it means that probably I want to modify it. So DaDaBIK locks the record until I'm done with my modification. Okay. However, for obvious reason, if I leave this page open for a while, after a certain number of seconds, that can be set, the number in your config custom file, the lock is released. So to be sure that we still have a lock on the record, we can use this function. Custom buttons, here we go. Check refresh record lock. We give a table name, where field, and where value, and this will check if we are locking the record. If we are, no problem, we just go on. Otherwise, if we are locking the record, the lock is refreshed to get another amount of seconds. If we don't have a lock anymore, so this is false, we just, display an error message, and we exit the execution. Okay, let me double check everything. So callback function. Okay, this should be DaDaBIK returns book, and sorry, this is missing. It should be okay. Let's try it. So, all right, this is alone without return date. Let's click on returned. All right, good. Go back. Let me see if it's saved. Yes, it is. So it is working as expected. Okay, we can say that this is done as well. Maybe I can briefly show you import from Excel CSV. So, okay. So, for example, I can show you how to import data in the books table. Let's say that you have a long list of new books to enter in your catalog, and you don't want to enter book by book using the application forms. You want to import an Excel file. Okay, well, you can do that. So I move to Google Docs, and I will produce an Excel file. Obviously, you can use Excel directly, or you can use any other similar tool. You can import Excel files, CSV files, or ODS files. So you have plenty of options available. So let's move here. By default, if you want to import in the table, in this case in the table books, you need a sheet named books. Okay, you can override this in your configuration file. You can link your table in the application with a particular sheet in your file, so you can do that. But by default, DaDaBIK expects the same table name, and the same for the field names. So here, let's say that, for example, we have a list of books with title, author, publisher, and copies total. Well, we need the exact field name that we can see here. So title, author, publisher, publisher, and copies total. Okay. All right. Even in this case, you may have actually different names here. In that case, in your configuration file, you can map the field names you have here with the field names you have in your application. You can find everything here in the documentation as usual. Import data from Excel, CSV, ODS. There's a lot of things you can do. There's also a live, if I remember well, yes, feature showcase live, where I show you some additional things. So one question you may have, okay, but should I have all the columns in my Excel, or even just a subset of them? Well, you can also have just a subset of them, but it depends on which fields are required. In our case, if we try to create a new book, as you can see, none of the fields is required. This is not correct. Actually, we should have some required fields, and you can do it. You can set them as required in Form Configurator. So, for example, books title. You can say yes, it's required. And to enforce even more that, you can go to data and say that title is nullable no. Okay, you have in this way also the DBMS MySQL will enforce that. But anyway, in our case, let me reload this, and now title is required. In our case, we can also have a subset of the fields, because none of the fields are, well, all the fields are optional basically, except from title. So okay, title, author, publisher, and copies total. All right, now let's add some random title, like, you know, title one, and I just, you know, do something like this, and author one, author two, author blah blah blah, publisher. Okay, and copies, I don't know, 5, 6, 2, 8, and 10. Okay, good. Now let's export this file, download Microsoft Excel. Okay, and title spreadsheet, and let's do that. So go back. Now we import file type Excel, and now we click here to select the file. Okay, this is the file. Upload. Okay, this is a preview of our data. Continue. All right, processing row 2, 3, 4. We didn't get any errors, so continue. Okay, these are the records we have uploaded, basically the books we have uploaded. 5 items found. Remove search filter. We will see the whole table with the additional records. Obviously, for the missing fields, we have null, basically. Okay. What else? Well, there are many things you can do during this import process. For example, you may need to process your data before importing the data. You can do that using custom transformation functions. I will not cover this during this video, but I will link the live I mentioned before, where a lot of these things are covered. Let me just add an additional thing. If you are using DaDaBIK Platinum Edition, you have an additional feature, Excel Sync, meaning that well, the classic upload just add any row as a new record in the table. Okay, in this case in the books table. And by the way, I forgot to mention something. Why we didn't mention the ID? Well, because the ID is auto increment here. If you look at this, books ID auto increment, so it's automatically assigned by the system. Okay, okay, that was one thing. Excel Sync, it means that you can decide what uniquely identifies each, in this case, book. And let's say, for example, that we don't have it here, but let's say we have the ISBN code for each book. Okay, so with the sync enabled, if you upload a book having as ISBN code a code already available in the books table, then instead of adding the record will be updated with the new information you are uploading. Okay, that could be very useful in some situations. Okay, this is done as well. So import from Excel CSV. One thing I noticed that probably we didn't discuss before, at the moment author is just a free text box, but obviously you can also create a separate authors table and get the author from there. So you may have here a lookup table, either select single if you want just one author, or select multiple if you want to choose at the same time multiple authors. And well, that probably could be a better solution to avoid mistakes. But that's just an additional thing, an additional improvement you can do. Next thing will be PDF loan receipt. So by default, built in, you have for each record or for each list of records the possibility to export in PDF. So to create a PDF document containing the information you are displaying on screen. So for example, let me open a loan here. This one, I click on PDF. Okay, I don't choose any particular template. I just click on Produce PDF, and DaDaBIK will use the default template to show me the information about this loan. So ID, book, member, librarian, loan date, blah, blah, blah. Maybe we need something more, well, better from the point of view of the style. Maybe we want to add our logo here, some additional information, whatever you want. You can write your own custom template that you will use here. Okay, once again, you have a dedicated file for that. Actually, in this case, you have a dedicated directory that is called templates, and inside the templates directory you can create your templates. So for example, here I created a template called loanreceipt.php, and here I can write the HTML code that define my template. We can start from an example. Okay, so we go once again to our manual, PDF template, your custom PDF template. Okay, about PDF and PDF templates, there's a lot of things to say. So probably we would need an entire video, 2 hours video, to discuss all the possible options you have. So I will go just through some very basic things. And in particular, I would say that, well, maybe I can copy this. I can copy this. This is a, sorry, this is a template related to what? Let me check because I don't remember. Okay, this was an IT help request application, basically. Okay, this is not exactly our use case, but we can start from there. So I copy everything here. Okay, and I save. As you can see, this is just HTML. Actually, I can add also PHP if I need it. I don't know. I need to display the 2 days date. I can do it in PHP. I just open my PHP tag and echo something, for example. Okay, but I'm not doing that. I will just use HTML. Again, this is just HTML that will be used by our, well, by the PDF library that DaDaBIK uses to try to mimic this style, this template in the PDF. So this is basic HTML. For example, this is a table with some rows. The only thing that you may not understand, at least at the first time you read it, is these placeholders. Basically here, DaDaBIK field, we are saying replace this ID request with the actual ID request of the record we are viewing at that moment. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. So in this example, we had a logo on the top of the page. Logo.png is actually the DaDaBIK logo. If I remember well, I uploaded in the folder images another logo called logo BookNest. That is basically this logo. Okay, so this should be, well, let me check if I remember well. Okay, all right, and here our title could be loan receipt, and then here our information. For example, we want to show the book, the member, and the loan date. So book ID, no, sorry, book ID here, and here is the label book, member, and this is member ID. Again, this is just pure HTML. The only thing that is dynamic, so the rest is just pure static HTML. The dynamic part is the one with the DaDaBIK field tags. So when you have DaDaBIK field, a name of a field, and DaDaBIK field again, this will be replaced with the actual content of the field. Okay, so book ID, member ID, and what else? Due date. Okay, due date. Let's remove everything else. Okay, this form must be signed by the librarian. Okay, librarian signature. Here is, well, an hypothetical place where the librarian needs to sign, or maybe the member, I don't know. Anyways, just an example. Maybe here we can add some contact information, phone 55555, and email booknest@example.com. Okay, all right, file is saved. Let's see if it works. Let's reload. PDF. So now we should be able to, choose also loan receipt and produce. Here we go. So our logo, phone, email, loan receipt, and everything as expected. Obviously, again, this is pure HTML, so you can use also CSS code, so you can make it definitely better than I did. You can change the header, the footer, so it's I mean, you can customize this PDF document to meet your needs. Okay, so this is done. Next one, email notification when a loan is created. Here, I would like to send an email to the member who is borrowing the book with some details. All right, and that's a good case. That's a good situation. I can use as an example to show you operational hooks. What is an operational hook? Basically, there are some operations, and at the moment the operations are insertion of a record, update of a record, deletion of a record, login of a user, self-registration of a user, that can trigger the execution of some custom code you write. Okay, once again, let's go here on the manual, operational hooks. Here we go. For each of these, well, for most of them, you have a before hook, before operation hook, and after operation hook. So for example, for insert, you can execute code before inserting the record or after inserting the record. In our case, we want to send an email, so sending an email is can be implemented with some custom code. So we want to execute some custom code after the creation of a loan record. Okay, so that would be an after insert hook. And let's take, as usual, an example here. So this, for example, is an after insert hook. I just copy everything here, and then I'll modify this code according to our needs. Okay, once again, we have a dedicated file for that. It's called operational_hooks.php. Here you write all your operational hooks. And every time you want to add an operational hook, you have to define a certain key for the hooks array, having as key first the name of the table, so loans, then the operation, insert, and then the mode, before or after. So this means after insertion on the loans table, execute this custom function, and we call it DaDaBIK send email after loan insert. Okay, let me copy the name here. This is our function. The original code was very similar, so let me check here. We send an email when a new account was created, so well, very similar, but we need to modify it according to our needs. So this kind of operational hook gets in input the ID of the record just created. So we can just call it ID if we want. We don't need this anymore. This, as you can see, this documentation is a bit outdated. I mean, you can still use SQL, but you can use also, as we discussed before, custom code API that normally makes your code well, you can write less code and your code should be more secure. Okay, in this particular case, I'm not sure that with the custom code API we will write less code, because probably using SQL joins we could do the same thing with less code, but you know, it's easier to show, especially if you are a beginner. So I will use the custom code API. Okay, so here what we want to get is the information we want to include in the email. So in the email we want to say something like, dear blah blah blah, we have created a loan for this book, title blah blah blah, and this is the due date, something like that. Okay, then you can obviously customize the email as you want. So first of all, we need to get all the information related to the loan, and as usual we can use get record details. Okay, so loan info equal to get record details loans ID and ID. Okay, now loan info contains all the information about the loan, but so let's see, loans. Okay, so we have the ID, the book ID, the member ID, the librarian ID, and so on and so forth. But for example, we said that we want to write something like dear Anna, so we need the first name of the member. Here we only have the member ID, so with the member ID we need again to get the information about the member, to get the first name. So but instead, for example, due date is already available here, so we can already store some data here. Due date is equal to loan info due date. Okay, then let's take let's get all the information about the book, so and about the member. Let me copy and paste this, but now book info, books, and loan info, book ID. Okay, and member info, members ID, member ID. Is it clear what I did? Basically here I'm storing in a variable due date the due date related to that loan, the one we have just inserted. Here, using the information I have here in loan info, I get all the information about the book and all the information about the member. So now member first name is equal to member info first name, because this was in members the field containing the first name. Let's check it. Members first name. Okay. And then book title equal to book info title. All right. Okay. And then subject of the email. New loan create or something like your loan receipt. Subject. Body of the mail. Dear member first name. New line. Comma, new line. This is the receipt for loan. The book is book title. The due date is due date. Okay. New line, new line, new line. Best regards. New line, BookNest, something like that. Again, you can customize as you want the email. You can also create HTML emails if you prefer. And then we send the email. In the example we have in the manual, the standard PHP mail function was used. I prefer to use mail custom. This is an email function built in DaDaBIK that by default uses the PHP mail function, but adding some standard headers that, let's say, make the email more standard, let's say. Okay? Let me tell you that you can also use your own custom mail function. You can define it in your configuration file. So let's say that, for example, you want to send emails using Amazon as simple email service. You can do that. You will create your custom email function, and you will use the Amazon methods there. You will call the Amazon API methods there. So okay, I missed one thing. Member email. Okay. So to member email, subject, message, body. Okay. That's it. Okay, here I'm missing the semicolon. Okay, let's see if it works. Just for this example, to see the result of the example, I've changed the email of one of the member, Alice, using my email. So we can actually see the message in my inbox, okay? So loan, let's create a loan, book, member Alice, and okay. Item correctly inserted. And this is the email I just got in my inbox. So, well, it works. Okay, this is done as well. Let me tell you something now about adding additional charts and data to the dashboard. Right now we have this dashboard that has been created by AppifyText.ai according to our prompt, but maybe we want to add additional charts, for example. So let's create a chart first and let's see how we can embed the chart into a dashboard, or more generally into a custom page. Books, generate chart. For example, I want to generate a pie chart. I'm doing everything with you know, visual tools, but I could also use SQL if I need more advanced reports. Okay, but for this simple chart is fine. I aggregate data by genre, and I want to see the count for each genre. Okay, generate chart. Okay, this is our pie chart, and well, we can, you know, recompute the pie chart when we need it, or we can also show embed code, copy and paste this code into a custom page to show every time we load the page an updated version of the pie chart. Okay, so let me see here. So dev area pages, custom pages. At the moment we have two custom pages, home and dashboard. Let's see the content of the dashboard. This is how the content looks like, and we can modify the page directly from here. At least we can modify some of the content from here, but if we need to embed the code, we have to go into the actual code, so source code. Okay, but well, first let me see how to embed our new chart. Tools, source code. Forget all this code and let's just you know, add at the end of everything the code I just copied. Save. Here we go. Very easy. Save. Let's go to the dashboard, and here is our pie chart. Okay. Maybe, however, we want to keep the same layout as the previous charts. So we need our pie chart to have a title and to be you know, displayed in a box. Okay, so we can just source code, remove this, and let's take the total member. The total member box starts here because you know, we have two rows. This is the second row. If you are familiar with HTML, you know what is a div container here. That's Bootstrap, by the way. And this is the box containing total members. Okay, in this row we have just one box. In the previous row, row number 1, we have 3 boxes. So let's take this and copy this. Okay, now we have to change this iframe that contains the actual chart. In that case, it was not a chart, it was a number, but that's the same concept. And here I will paste the code. Let me redo it just to make it clear. Pie chart, group by genre, generate. Copy and copy and paste, sorry. All right, instead of total members we have books by genre, and save. Okay, very good. And remember that this is responsive, so if I see this from this dashboard from a mobile device, it works as expected. Okay, very good. So this was about changing an existing dashboard, but obviously you can also create a new dashboard. So, for example, I can do something like, well, we are in custom pages, add page. We call it dashboard, dashboard number 2. We enable this page and save. And then show hide content. By default, a new page only contains draft content as a placeholder. We can write our content here, or if we need a dashboard like the one we saw before, we can click here and get a dashboard template. My dashboard, okay? And here we can, this is just, you know, fake data with pictures, but we can, for example, remove this, and in the source code, instead of this placeholder, I will add my pie chart. Here we go. And I have my pie chart here. Last thing I should do would be granting permissions to dashboard number 2 to the groups we want to see the dashboard. We can do that. Permissions, dashboard 2. Let's do it just for the group admin. View, yes. Dashboard 2. Okay. All right. Last but not least, let me tell you what you can actually embed, because we embedded a chart, and it could be a pie chart, a line chart, all the charts we have. So bar chart, line chart, pie chart, donut chart, and stat card. But we can also embed a pivot table. Okay, so let's see the number of books by publisher. Well, not very useful pivot table, but you got the fact that we can also embed this, and you can also embed the data you have in a table. All right, so for example here, show embed code. Here, if I copy and paste this, I will embed this data grid. Okay. Okay, so this is done, and we still have a few things to implement. Same for librarians. So here the idea was to, let me check, loans, create new. Okay, here the idea was, if I'm logged in as a librarian, then this should be set automatically. All right. Well, this is something you can do. You can implement in several ways. I will tell you one option you have without actually doing it, because it's very similar to something we did before. You can do that using operational hooks once again, and even in this case an after insert hook. How? Well, you could leave this member field out of the create form, and to do that, on permissions, loans, librarians, field level permission, librarian ID create no, Well, this will exclude this field from the create form. So basically, when you create the loan, the member will be null. However, you will add an after insert hook that gets in input the ID of the loan you just created, and you want to update the member with the ID of the librarian with the ID of the current librarian. Okay, that should be easy because you have already set the username of the user. Using the username of the user and together with the get record details API method, you can get from the librarians table, username of the user, the ID of the librarian, and then you will use it to update with the update records API method the librarian ID of the loan you have just created. So it should be quite easy, at least very similar to something we did before. Okay, all right. Next part will be improve public view. So let me recap here, because when we described the public view on AppifyText.ai, we got this books public view. Well, as you can see, I also, when I post the video, I also uploaded some covers. We got this books public view, and this is basically the only view, the only page of our application that we want to expose to the public user. And when I say public user, I mean a user that is not authenticated. Okay, if I go to dadalibrary.com/version2, I should get just this page. All right, so how can we do that? Let's check our permissions. So first of all, you know how to configure group permissions, but we haven't seen this before. Public access. With public access, you can set your public user. What does it mean? Well, here, as you can see, we have a list of users. Here, we are saying that when a user is not authenticated, that user acts as, and we can choose the user here. The user we actually, the user AppifyText chose was the user public, and yeah, we can see that we have a user that is literally called public, belonging to the public group. Okay, so, well, but as you can see, we can also change to adapt the public user to the permissions of another user, but we keep it like it is. We will check this later. Okay, now the public group is a group exactly like the other ones, so you can set permissions for the public group. So we said that the only thing the public group should see is this books public view, correct? All right. So, public. Active loans, no. Books, no. Books public, yes. Yes, read, that's okay. Librarians, no. Loans, no. Members, no. Overdue loans, no. and then homepage, no. Let's say no. Dashboard, no. Dashboard 2, no. Okay, this should be enough. Okay, let me now check what happens. Let me do something first. Custom page. So home is set as the home page. I prefer to remove this. The only reason why you may want to check this is to redirect by default after login the users to this page. But if we don't want the public user to see the home page, this will create problems because the system will try to redirect to this home page. So I will exclude this, save, and yeah, let me see what happens if I log out. Okay, very good. So now I'm accessing dadalibrary.com/version2. Okay, version 2. But we can improve this public view, removing something that probably is not very useful for the public user. So for example, we can remove completely the left menu since we have just one page. We can remove these advanced features like generate chart, generate pivot table. We can also add something here. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let me start. Well, I need to log in as root. Permissions, public access. So hide left menu. Yes. Hide top bar for public user. Let's say no for the moment. Hide advanced features. Yes. Okay. And that's one thing. The other thing I want to do is pages. Pages based on views, books public. So this is the page name. That is also what is displayed as a title of the page, and we can change it to something like welcome to BookNest. Okay, and save. Let's see now if it's better. All right, it's already more, clean. If you want, you can also remove advanced search. How? Very simple. Well, I'm gonna do two different things now. I will remove advanced search, so I will leave just search. So from here, you can easily, I don't know, George. Okay, it's called Omni Search, so I can search across multiple fields from here. And so I will remove advanced search, and I will also add something here, some content here, like browse our books catalog. Okay, all right. So log in, root. Permissions. So to books public. To remove the advanced search feature, you just need to remove all the fields from the advanced search form. So when DaDaBIK sees that there's no fields in the advanced search form, that means that the advanced search page is not useful. So it will be removed. Okay. How can we add something here? We said, all right. we need to use layout hooks. What are layout hooks? Basically, there are places in the user interface, many places. For example, one is here, one is here, one is here, one is in the header of the user interface, one is in the footer, where you can add your own HTML, JavaScript, PHP code. Meaning that if you want, you can just, add some text, for example, some instructions here, but you can also add some more complex code. As usual, we can check the manual, layout hooks chapter. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 general layout hooks, and then for each table/view, we have several hooks. Okay. The one we need to use right now is this one, results grid header after, this one. This means for a specific table name after the results grid header. This is the results grid header. This is a results grid, even if it's not properly agreed because of the card-like layout we decided to use, but by default it's a grid. Okay, so we need to open custom code file that is layouthooks.php, and we write our code here. So for the table books public, results grid header after, which is the function DaDaBIK needs to call. It's DaDaBIK, and let's say display subtitle books public. Okay, let's call it this way. And now function, and here we can write our code. We can also just display some HTML. Browse our books catalog. Okay, let's see if it works. Let's log out. Very good. Okay, so this is much better. It looks more like a public interface. Obviously, you can do better. As you can see, you can insert your HTML, JavaScript, PHP code in many places, so you can make it better. But you can do even more, and I will show you how. So you can also embed this public interface. Actually, you can embed the entire application into a public website. For example, a website that you created with WordPress. And that's what I did, basically. I installed WordPress on dadalibrary.com/public. I've used the WordPress installation provided by my hosting provider, which is basically one click to install WordPress on a specific directory. I set the theme using the default theme. I don't remember which one it was, but one of the default themes. And I just, edited some text. I created this picture with ChatGPT, and added some text here and there. So this is the static homepage of our library website. Obviously, it's just WordPress. You can add your content, add pages, do whatever you want. The thing is that we want to add our public web application here, basically. We want to allow people visiting this website to search our browse and search our catalog. And that's very easy to do because in your DaDaBIK package you will find also a WordPress plugin. With this WordPress plugin you can easily embed an entire DaDaBIK application into a WordPress page. So I installed the plugin and activated it, and then all you need to do here is just an HTML block. What you have to do is this. The WordPress plugin is called DaDaBIK Wrapper, and allows you just by adding this code DaDaBIK Wrapper URL equal to and the URL of your DaDaBIK application to embed the entire application here. Okay. The only additional thing that I recommend to do, at least for this theme, it may be different with other themes, is to add a container, a div container, to display the application through the width of the screen and to align it to the center of the screen. Okay. So let me save. Let me do also something else from here, because I want, let me tell you, permission, public access. Okay, hide the top bar for public user. Yes. Why? Well, because now, if we embed the entire application, we don't need the logo anymore. We don't need the top part anymore, because now our application is part of a website. So it doesn't make sense to repeat BookNest here. Correct? Okay. All right. That's it. Maybe. Well, let's see. Let's reload this. No, wait, there is something more I want to do, because now we have browse our catalog, but browse our catalog is repeated in the layout hook. So first I will remove this. Okay. Browse our books catalog, then maybe I can pages I can call, instead of welcome to BookNest, browse or search our books catalog. Okay, and finally I can remove this because it will be part of our interface. So let's save. Maybe I'll log out to see. Okay, this is the public view, but let's see how the public view it looks like embedded in our WordPress website. So let's reload here. Here we go. Okay, this is the actual application. So if I search, it is working and it's embedded in our WordPress website. So guys, there is, as you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here because, you know, you can embed an entire application, you can embed a chart, a pivot table, a results grid, all the elements we discussed before. Okay, so you can customize very much your WordPress website with some dynamic content. Am I forced to use WordPress for this public phase? Nope. You can use, you know, any CMS. You can write your own code manually because you can just embed that DaDaBIK application public, at least the public phase, but also the entire application by using an iframe with the URL of the DaDaBIK application. The advantage you have if you use WordPress is, well, it's easier probably to embed it because the code is very straightforward, but also in the other case it's just an iframe if you are familiar with that. But the other advantage you have is the fact that you can share WordPress authentication with DaDaBIK authentication, meaning that you can set your application so that when you are logged in WordPress, you are automatically logged in with the same user on the DaDaBIK application. I will recommend to read the documentation to explore this additional advanced feature. Okay guys, we are almost done, I would say. Here, this is done. And the very last thing I want to tell you is this one, development mode. So, well, let's go back here. Edit this app. Okay, so so far we have developed in live mode. What does it mean? Well, it means that when we change something in our dev area or in our custom code, this change is immediately available for the users of the application, right? So to show you how this works, I have now two browsers open, Firefox and Chrome. On Firefox, I'm logged in as Alice, who is a member of the library, and on Chrome, I'm logged in as root. Okay, so if I decide to change on I don't know, on the loans table, so loans, book ID, the label like book 2, and save, and I reload here, is immediately available, and that's fine. I mean, it's fine because we are still developing our application. So at the moment, we can assume that nobody is actually using the application. The application, it's fine if the application is not in production yet. Otherwise, it's not a good approach. Why? Because especially if you add or modify custom code, you may break the application. So you do something, you save, you think that everything will work as expected, but users will see errors, and that's not good. Also, maybe you are saving replacing your files exactly while some users is accessing the application, and that could lead to unexpected results. So to avoid this, you should use the beta mode. When you are in beta mode, dev mode settings, when you are in beta mode, only you as admin can see the results of your modification. And when you are sure that everything works as expected, you can push your changes so that everybody will see that. Okay? You can also include some users apart from admins to be able, some trusted users, to be able to see your modifications. Okay, let's see how it works. So first, let's change the mode. Let's change to beta. Okay, the first thing we need to do is to pull everything you have in live to beta. Why? Because now the beta version of our application is not synced with the live version. Why? Because we have made a lot of modifications live, so the beta mode is, you know, still at an old version. Okay, so first we pull everything. Do you want to pull your live version? Your beta version will be overwritten, that's fine. All right, now the beta version is synced with the live version. Let's make some modification. So loans, book, instead of book to book title. Okay, good. Let's see here. Book title. We can see the modification. Why? Because we are logged in as root. But let's see if Alice see the modification. Let's reload. No, Alice still sees the old version. And the same happens with your custom code. Let's make a modification to our custom formatting function. Do you remember that we decided to display in red the due date if the date corresponds to today's date? Okay, in addition to that, let's say that we want to display in green the due date in all the other cases. Okay, so let's go back to our code. So this was our custom formatting functions. If we want to work in beta, though, we have to open another custom formatting function. The one you have in the folder custom functions beta. Okay, so you have a copy of all those files in the beta folder, and you want to work on that and those files instead. Okay, so all right, okay, we can just copy this, color green, okay, and save. Let's go back to Chrome. Okay, it's in green, right? But on Firefox, the due date is still black. Why? Because, again, our modifications are in beta. So now, how can we publish the modification? Dev mode setting, publish your changes. And here we can add a comment. Change the label, change the custom formatting function. Push. Okay. Here we go. Now, also Alice is viewing the modifications. Let me add one more thing. I just want to recommend you, when you publish your changes, to read the instruction here. Just to summarize, make sure that no one during those short period, a few seconds, no one, including scripts, is using the application. What else? One additional thing. If you have DaDaBIK Platinum Edition, you have an additional feature related to the beta mode. You can also have a completely separated beta database, meaning that maybe you don't want to play with the real data, so you will have a copy of the database, including the data, so the books, in this case the loans, everything in a beta database. When you are in beta mode, you will see the beta database. When you are in live mode, you will see the production database. This in complex scenarios could be very, very useful. Okay, this is the end. It has been a long journey, almost I would say 4 hours. I did not expect that, but you know, when I start talking, it's very hard to stop me. So very long video, but at least you can see the complete development process of a complex application like this library application. We develop both the backend and the front end. We started with artificial intelligence, AppifyText.ai. We also used some no-code and low-code features provided by DaDaBIK, and we also discussed how to export the application to your own server, hosting, computer, and how to link your own domain. Okay, so if you have any idea about additional features you would like to see implemented for this application, please add a comment. And also, if you have ideas about new applications you would like to see implemented here using AppifyText.ai, again, please add a comment about it. So I think that's it for today. So see you next time. Ciao.